Huh. Okay. And of course, I'll be going for this one first. Followed by... followed by the crates. Probably. Anyway, we are back. I have obtained, of course, Sink Merceau. Also, might as well uptie him.
잠시 지금부터 결투의 모습을
2, 3. Uptie 3. And I'm not going to be reading the fucking story yet. I'll do it at some point. I'll read aloud all the uptie stories that I have available, at least. Hopefully, that'll be when I have every single one of them that I can get, that is. Anyway, yeah. So, event closed, obviously. But don't care about Walpurgis. Don't care about Miracle in District 20. What I care about is, of course, the Intervallo. For we are finally here. Alright. So, you, and of course, wait, can I... 15, you, and... oh, so it's... who else did I want to be, down here? And of course that didn't save, so there we go. You. That's what I wanted. That's who I wanted to uptie as well. And of course, since Walpurgis night is over, can't get any of these anymore. That's fine. I'll be getting them at some point. All right. So. Anyway. Time to begin. Nope, wrong. There we go. And I think that that's what my lineup will be. Yeah. The battle. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside a large indoor arena. Damned imbeciles. And what's the point of everyone rushing in at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Gauss says I'd attack that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies. Concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it. Why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi, your genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worthy not, how befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot... Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of "we're doing it wrong," but I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continue to bungle the fight. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help now? You stop pacing and compose yourself. You're almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. What the fuck happened? What the hell? Huh. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Anyway.
키스크니까 지금 시야 확보 쏜다. 한 점만 노린다. 좋아, 순탄하구만. 가족을 위해. 좋아, 순탄하구만.
Alright. Holy shit. That's fine. That's fine. Anyway.
이제야 완성되었나?
Ooh.
사격 개시. 좋아, 순탄하구만. 다음 목표로 점 찍었네.
Ah. Ah. They're fine.
다음 목표로.
That went well. As expected of an executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Thanks. Got anything to snack on, guys? We're starving here after that brawl. We will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Merso for a massage if I knew this was coming. Now, whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because, like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐?
Regular health
저놈들
check.
무기까지 줘서 철수하자고.
What the hell? Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Huh, what do you mean you can't? That right there is the creaking sound of time's ravages, think. Ugh, I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. What do you mean? I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. What do you mean? You're so fucking young. Same as me. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. As when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an instant comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though he's hundreds of years old? He's gotta be the oldest of us by a lot, right? I mean, you're right. Hung Lu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were going to take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. Hung Lu! It's not the age part that matters. That's, 'tis not to concern thyself with. He's not so... Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot. That's my designated seat here, planted your arson. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly? Don Quixote, I'm sure you can. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here is suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel. Ah, hello. I am playing through the Intervallo. Part of the Intervallo. The Intervallo that's just released 18 minutes ago. The villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact villainous violence upon him, and... Right, now that's over with. Let's all shut up and keep the chinwag to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyways, am I the only ones thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Oh, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember, we even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he's making a request for a vacation. Nope, absolutely yep. Let's go all could have explore something. Relax. Get a massages to loosen up our muscles some, please. You still have expectations for our employers? Aha! I recall that young Miss Marcel had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Marcel's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. Oh shit. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius. Yes, I knew that this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodion's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up? In other words, it's time for Limbus companies. Dramatic gulping noise. Cut! Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but it sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? That face? Oh no. Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Julio. I got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rhodia. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Knocked up until there's only one left standing. Locked blood of my colleagues, the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at this suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? The mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have an annual health checkups back in school too. What kind of checkups? They put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prithee, wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? Full knowledge and analyses of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for your officers to have it on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about in my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they pass us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other centers with an assertive grin as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? By our parlance, true authority. Could it be that you are questioning whom among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fitted to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael, or maybe Faust? What I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Aha. So, to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it. I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fists used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine. So that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? The battle... excuse me, the regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters you speak of, must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Oh! Finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? That's exactly my thought. Holy shit, Ishmael taking the words out of my brain. A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet mine heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. That's the HQ anyway. Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Accessible via Mephistopheles. You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, do you? Are you? Fine. I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or, an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you saying this is a sound suggestion? Then I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? Close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Aren't you doing everything with us the whole time? OCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. Huh. A new wing? Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. Oh. Taking over the warp trains and all. W Corp. That's so... Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late. Not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see, so they have been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. Huh. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. It must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works. To ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles, both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead of establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period so much reading would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pin-to-section incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Okay. That's still bad, but bisection certainly is an improvement over intersection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, or to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Ahem. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows though. Oh, tiresome. Now, off the bus. Well then. The vehicle. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines. And on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is... Assistance from P Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... In cohorts with young Chizara, are you? Interesting. Hoy day. Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sights of Limbus Company headquarters. Aye, it hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Yeah, glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations bringing the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent trans-nest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why do you say all that if you were gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp's singularity can be summarized by the following four words: expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Chazar told you something about how the principle of P-Corp's singularity is a lot like how Le Mancheland works? Right. Le Mancheland was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space expanding singularities? It's how I should have put this. Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for a P-Corp to call space manipulation's unique thing? Oh, it's quite the intelligence question. Compliments. How nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology but isn't a P-Corp singularity would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered, to have a sound structural integrity no matter what. Its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. Ah, pre-roll on. What the fuck do you mean pre-roll on? I was gonna say. Pretty sure that should have been off, but anyway. Of course, I'll wait for this one. Yeah, I'll wait for this during this kind of thing, you know? Why not? There's no voices. Whatever. Anyway. Alright. I mean, I don't know. I don't think this will affect anyone who uses, you know, ad block and all, like I normally do. But hey, I don't blame anyone for doing that. But I will still wait for the ad break to end before I continue. Alright. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilizes P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact. Not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. And honestly, the 3-minute ad breaks might actually help me with when I'm reading, reading aloud. Let me give my throat a little break. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sync, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy store that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Deviat Association employee makes a delivery to a house and looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares with the scenario where... Hey, come on, sometimes a story starts a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to HANA and Deviat Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters, as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? So it'll certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. The one question, however, well, how does the company plan to move this instrument, as I expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with the Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P-Corp and the aspirant W-Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energy is now routing toward that gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside the odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. It is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Ha. Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through the HQ's front gate one day. Oh, here we go. Here within 10 turns. That's fine. Only 14. That's fine.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
Ah, there he is, Hohenheim. Right, are we waiting for something to happen? Or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCB department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yisung and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. Aha, so you two are friends? Well, it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship. It could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. Unwillingly. Meaning they're not really friends. Ah, I am in agreement, for the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Sinners. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come to play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd their clothes are. Ah yes, allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Alyssa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? Oh, there are partial similarities to their gears. Enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions. Successfully, I might add. Oh! Figured as much. While the news of the production of Ego gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions and peculiar too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LCE department as well. Closely observed the Ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. At the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations. The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Charon. What the hell? This isn't just an ambush! Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack. So ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Karin and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Karin wants cake too. Oh hey, got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Karin away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is a regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. Well then. And some of it does seem set up for set up like a LobCorp branch.
완성되었나?
한 점만 노린다.
Three waves, oh shit. Gonna have to do a bit of this instead. Offset, what the fuck?
타겟 포착 1시간.
네 피부에서
이 또한 용서할 테니.
It doesn't matter for this round at least. Wave at least, rather.
숨 참고 있을 때 말 걸지 마라.
There we go. There we go. And there we go. Alright.
비뚤어졌구려.
어머니.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
타겟 포착 1시간.
아류 산초 경혈 쏟아내라.
But of course. Anyway.
점 찍었네.
There we go. Next wave.
사격 개시.
히스칼리파 지금.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
엎드리도록.
비뚤어졌구려.
Alright. That should take care of you. That should take care of you. That should take care of you. And that should probably take care of you.
쏟아내라.
또한 용서할 테니
예쁘네. 네 피부나서
다음 목표로
There we go.
완성되었나?
He went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pacatula Nvidia. Our measure Esquire. Hey ho! I have attained a score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further into my studies? Hey, Yi-sung, but they were testing our fixer association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough fixer fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? Look in their eyes. How strong they look. Play hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are, Marcel? We are finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic tests for all sinners. You can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that'll help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. What, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Salt being the tallest, and of course, Don Quixote being the shortest. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. Sleep? They're LCE properties, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrists here before we actually get started? Been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know? Turning the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Mersalt can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer a necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. Right. But my heels are on the ground? Bye. Don Quixote. And, can you stuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Yes. Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. Nope, fair. And what about cold? What's gram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to beginning the tests in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got two of them already, right behind you, if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rhodia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's just on my vibes, you know? She raised her hand just to say no. I'll take the researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rhodia trailed off, really caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart arses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was class vice president in school. A diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president. And too many big words, Sinclair. You're making me trip over my tongue. What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? You fellows actually want to be his assistant. Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know. I kind of felt like I had to apply for this position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Oof. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. So, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? I know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were staying in front of the center I chose. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent and minorly scratching at the bridge of his nose. What? Heathcliff? Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but what? But why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just so common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research? However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yusung. You are kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't ya? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Yusong replied with a particularly downcast look. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho, so, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Aha, now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Making sure that Heathcliff does not rebel, basically. Does not cause problems. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there. Get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. Aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear glasses? My god, I love it. Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put up on the air of a studious, learned individual. Like so. Oh my god, I love this Intervallo already. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Stuff out that cig in your mouth. It's been a while since I had heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? Huh, it's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, executive manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Oh, music's change. Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations. It's been a while since I've heard this, actually. Overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, and idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now, I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh. And I've come to sometimes allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason. Floating away gently as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Ah, okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh. Look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. He did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year. It's so potent with significance. Oh, true. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged. In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what he meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Oi, take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Oi, Sinclair! Oh, wow, Sinclair. Is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody... Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bell? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of a golden bow is connection. You are now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. Oi. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to clip-off deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So, the truth is finally revealed. This was why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course. Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man. Ishmael! Anyway. We're all so prone to saying whatever once the burner proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. Didn't really have anything to do with my heart, after all. Gregor. Like, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet not all the gunboat's effects must have been of detriment to us. The song started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the gunboat impaled in the powdered whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What, really? Correct. Had the powdered whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked teeth out with one punch if I was only as strong as Stink. It's a really real handy trick, you know? Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the golden bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Corp factory. I won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan, so is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. Perfectly appropriate methodology. We've spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored the test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. We will utilize the picatula and the distortion phenomenon. Huh, that doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant. Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. Alright. What? Oh no. Fair encounter with all allies at 50% plus HP, huh? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What? Interesting. Okay. I think instead then, you and you are good. Yep.
발목 잡지 않도록.
Okay, only Honglu and Sinclair, huh? Anyway, let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. I agree. Right, you and you there, inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Honglu and Sinclair. Hello, 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pecatula are entities that have failed to even distort. Seems like we'll be fighting the Pecatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Wait, we've been sorting countless scores of these thoughts, so what's the hold up now? But we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission. Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3, colleagues. Honglu is practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect, it's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to a Limbus company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts. You gained something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know. And perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not the one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecatula projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge. So, if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Pecatula, and as far as I am aware, the highest stage of Pecatula you observed was in stage 3, so far at least. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of so far at least at the undefined words, good sir? Sharp? Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pecatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of mini Pecatula to be covered today is Pecatula Irae. The red Pecatulum of Wrath. The nature of fire is to burn, and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Hongwu. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Jesus. He's holding back some heavy shit. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. Oh. Okay. Well then. Now you... There we go.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Alright.
너무 쉽군요.
So just gotta keep them, keep their HP up above 50%, huh? That's fine. That's easy. Should be easy to do. Except against the,
망설이지 말고
Stage 3.
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Alright.
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요. 너무 쉽군요. 너무 쉽군요. 운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Ooh. Oi. Ah, fuck. Fuck you.
망설이지 말고.
Oof.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
Oh yeah. That's a good attack right there.
망설이지 말고. 이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
Good. Oof.
도움이 필요하세요?
That's ah shit. I have to do this again, huh? I have to do this again.
이럴 리가 없는데.
Okay. Try out this one instead. Might actually try out different guy. Try out you. I know you are doing pretty good. I don't think I should have that, considering Dawn Office Sinclair is pretty much... Ah. I have a good, Actually, this one should actually be more towards. This one should actually be fine. Considering.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Have a good trip to the gym. Alright, this should go better.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Although, then again, probably the worst one for. I should actually not be using full stop. Considering.
의뢰는 여기서 중단. 모두 퇴각하세요.
Should use you instead. Or you. I'll go with you. There. Or you. I'll go with you.
발목 잡지 않도록.
There we go. Now I should be fine. Alright. I mean, it's pretty much similar, very similar. Except for the ego and all. That's available. To what I was planning to do.
새겨드리죠. 밝게 열어젖힌다. 직접 열어드리죠. 직접 열어드리죠. 이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
Alright. Good.
망설임 나아갈 수 없어.
Nice.
밝게 열어젖힌다.
Going far better.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 밝게 열어젖힌다.
Oh, what the fuck?
저에게도
Oof.
무언가의 맛. 네, 듣고 있어요.
Sinclair took damage. That's fine. That's fine.
어두운 무지를
이봐.
직접 열어드리죠.
Good.
밝게
Good.
열어젖힌다. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
And on to wave 3 against this guy. Ah, shit. Against you. Oh, sorry. Huh? Oh, shit. I mean, maybe, but no, I think that is best suited for other things. Ah, good. Oh, whatever is attacking this guy. Dominating. Neutral. Dominating. Struggling. Struggling. Let's try that.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
Nice. Oi. Good. Staggered, I assume. Which means good.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
Good. There we go.
잡친다.
I did it. I did it. All right.
개운하게 정리됐어요.
Defeat the Pikachu within the time limit. Turn limit. What?
뭐 다시
What?
공부하면 되죠.
Oh. What?
이래로군.
망치를 쥐고
Support. Sync. What the fuck? Nobody has a what the fuck? There we go. That's what I wanted. Honestly, the best team I could have then.
배우던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, but we can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss Picatum. Blah 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 blah. I agree to Poha. Eh? Eh? How the fuck do you pronounce this? Pigritie. Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone comes along to roll them away. Surely, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. It is sufficient to live within the bounds of originally established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses too late. As this will be harder than expected, let us provide assistance. Hold on. What is the turn? Oh, nice. Fair enough.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Alright.
승부처. 좋은 결정.
Oh yeah! That's a good attack right there.
끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결정.
Good.
또한 용
용서할 테니.
Alright. That should take care of them.
죄인인가?
좋은 결투였다.
Alright. Eesh. Good, good. I don't know about if I'll get it within the turn limit.
승부처럼 하지. 결투는 끝나지 않아.
It depends all on. Ah, right. I'll wait for a little bit. Maybe I'll finish. No, I'll wait a little bit. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Continue onwards. They're so close.
다시 결투는 끝나지 않아.
So close.
정화.
좋은 결투였다.
One down. And the other one down. Wasted a fucking turn there, though. Whatever. Oof. There we go. And then you. There we go.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
That does not do a lot. Whatever.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
Fucking seriously. What the fuck? I fucking hate that. Whatever. I'm glad it is weak to that, though. Fuck you, fuck you.
감내해야 할 고통.
Oh my god. This one will be annoying then. Okay. This one will truly be annoying. Holy shit. Last turn. To do anything fucking meaningful.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Fuck you.
맙소사.
Nothing fucking meaningful. Oh fucking hell. Try this again. What's different IDs?
이런 패배는 상정한 적 없습니다. 하지만 패배의 이유를 저장된
Considering.
영상을 관찰하며
Fuck.
복귀할 수 있으니 나쁜 수학은 아닐 것입니다.
Seems preferably this one then, huh? Not you. I mean, basically it seems preferably you. Preferably not you, considering. Preferably you. Then that means that I need to level you up. Lord House knows how much. shit. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. I have to come back to this one then for the EX.
원하신다면 해오던 대로 방송을
Because
켜겠다.
this will be a little annoying to get.
정화. 깨어라.
승부차다. 좋은 결투였다. 승부차다. 다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다. 영원히 잠겨라. 그쪽도 죄인인가? 다시 결투는 좋은 결투였다.
Wait, am I actually doing better this time? Hold on. I'd actually be doing better this time. Now what the fuck is this? Can I do better? Yes, I can.
정화.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 승부차다.
I definitely like Sync Salt though.
승부차다.
Definitely going to be getting him leveled up.
좋은 결투였다.
Getting my Sync Salt leveled up. For my Pierce team mainly. My Pierce Mirror Dungeon team, rather.
좋은 결투였다.
Anyway. You fucking. You. Fuck you. Okay, hold on. Clearly they are doing shit in terms of... There we go, there we go, there we go. Neutral. Neutral. Okay, that one is absolute shit. In terms of... There we go. Of course, this one does get to favored instead. Then set favored, neutral. Dominating, favored, neutral, dominating. All right, neutral, favored. There we go. Fuck you. Fuck you. Good. Ha 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 ha. Nah, you mother. Good. I hate that, man. But does show that neutral, 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 neutral. Fuck you. Dominating. There we go. Alright. Good. Getting some damage in, finally. Then, of course, this makes sure that I flash good. That does not do a lot of damage, though. Dominating. Unopposed, unopposed. Fuck you. Okay. Dominating. Dominating. Zone shower. Huh. Okay. Oh no! Of course. Good. Turn 9. I'm targeting you, no.
고해는 나중에.
상담은 나중으로 하지. 지금은 그럴 여유가 없고.
Alright. Dominating. Dominating. Good. Good. Okay. one. Ugh. I'll have to do that then. Hope that he doesn't. Oh my god. Fucking. Oh my god. I was so fucking close now. I'd say I was so close to getting that one. Ah. Okay, give up. I can do it. I know I can do it. I'll be doing it. Getting the extra objective. Alright. Definitely not you though. You. Yep. Let's try this again. If I don't get it this time, I won't even bother until I do it on my own. Instead. Oh. Oh, that goes two of them already. Nice. Okay. Yep, that's fine. Ooh. 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 Oi. Bro. What the fuck are you doing, Gregor? All right. Good. Bruh. Oh my god. Even less time this time. Shit. You over there. You over there. You obviously there. You there. Okay. There we go. I don't think I'll be bothering with trying to get this extra objective this time. Especially since I clearly don't have the IDs necessary. Anyway.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Anyway.
정화.
Yep, I don't think I'll be bothering with trying to get within the 9-turn limit for the objective. There we go.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 승부처다. 다시 결.
Because clearly I needed a skill 3
이 전투는 승리.
multiple times instead of, you know, right at the fucking end. Clearly I needed to save the skill 3s. That's for fucking sure. Oh well.
평소와 같은 일과였습니다. 잠깐의 위기.
I'll do the
결과적인 승.
extra objective
볼거리가
later.
적어진 점은 익명의 시청자들에게 다소 안타까운
Defeat the
일이겠습니다.
enemies before they self-detonate. Oh no.
나를 불.
아, 이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
Alright. Wild Hunt. Heathcliff. Get in here.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
That should be relatively easy. Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants that dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute. What's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these speculum? Why don't we lump them together like how we've paired up us sinners? Ha! Running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol in case you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results." You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting this spectacular one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? if we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway. Why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, oh, just come on. This very course, this is why I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I'll abide by the executive manager's judgment. Kiss ass! Jeez. Very well, then allow me to explain Picatula Morositatis. What the fuck? Gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility. Such is gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some little level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, it sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Although I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Haha, I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's already now. Here you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Well then. You. Hold on. You can go over there, and then you can go over there. Good. Good.
네 피부색 기대해라. 실력이 터졌나?
목을 내놓고 있도록.
이번에 네
그.
피부색 떨거지는 잘라낸다. 실밥이 터졌나?
거둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
Good. Then, of course.
고귀하게
거둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
추잡하네.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 비명을 질러라. 무차 잠들어라.
Cool. Next wave, which is this guy right here. Huh? Fuck. Good.
고귀하게.
There we go.
직접 밝혀주마.
What?
자, 체리. 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
Bruh. Bruh.
기대해라.
Good. There we go. Hmm. There we go. And you. There we go.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
자, 체리.
Ooh.
나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
받을 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지. 주라디야,
Go.
달릴 시간이다.
There we go.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
저 밝긴다. 주라한 꿈속에서
Ah, it's almost down.
기원을
There we go.
바치는 그대로 무너져라.
Good.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나?
Next one.
그렇다면 어째서?
Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity, huh?
마침내 현장 투입인. 향해.
Best I can do. Yeah, that's the best I can do.
가스 점화.
Debut court,
엔진 실험.
Ryosh, and yep. Well, they weren't that too much trouble. Next up's you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu? Let's do this, I guess. ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your adult harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that Bloodfiend fight again. So, speaking of me? That's, it's quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be. I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. Not going to hold you or anyone else back. What? Stop it. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. Ugh, I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Peculum superbiae. Pride. Hohenheim droned on, as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on and on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? Can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It often claims trailblazers are those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim. Well, that certainly is the perspective. Next up is luxuriae, lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Peculum luxuriae, lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. Or illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there's more to this concept than just lust. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself. You seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All that flew right over your head, didn't it? Didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. Heathcliff. Oof. Pot shots. Oh no.
총원 불격.
Good.
벌써 끝나가는군.
Good.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 잘했군.
Good.
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Ha.
선원들, 나를 보호해라. 내가 눈에 새겨주지. 자! 헛! 자!
Good.
헛! 자! 헛! 저놈을 쫓게! 맘.
Good.
선원들, 나를 보호해라. 내가 눈에 새겨주지. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이
Yep, I figured.
담겨 있지. 벌써 끝나간 거. 마무리.
Good. On to the last one.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
On to next phase, rather. That should be fine.
불격!
Yeah. Oi.
자! 저놈을 추적해.
Good.
저놈을
어이.
추적해. 헛자! 벌써 끝나간 거. 마무리.
One down.
선원들, 나를
Oh, yep.
보호해라.
I thought that was a hit. Oh well.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Good. That won't be going down this turn then. Which is good. Good.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이
That one might actually go down too. Then.
담겨 있지. 기세가 수그러지는 것.
Or at least will be staggered.
마무리. 선원들, 나를 보호해라. 눈에 새겨주지. 저놈을 추적해. 마무리.
Good. Alright. Next one.
이번엔 성적이 좋아.
Next one.
하지만 머나먼 고래에 닿기 위해서
Each unit defeats the speculum that has taken their shape
터빈을
once.
점화한다.
에?
그리고
Eh? Eh?
책임은 못.
소재가 좀
Well, this'll be easy.
이거 참 설레는구려.
This'll be easy, I'll think. Verily, nigh is the time for young Gisongdai to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as spectacular invidiae. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh? Doth the static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter sings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend fine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held greater respect for the illustrious color fixers. Am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, which said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Indeed. I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed! Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! The fate placed a cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received a final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed. Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart. A painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh. My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chinwag and get in there. Verily, with an onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Blade lineage sauce. What the fuck? Alright. Wait, wait, no, wait, what the fuck, though? What the hell? But why? Favored. Struggling, favored. Neutral, whatever. Struggling, oof. Do that instead then. Favored, favored. Struggling, favored.
점 찍었네.
Oh, you mother. Ah, I'm gonna try that again. Cause oh no.
최악이요. 소재는 망가졌고
힐라만 차량들을 뒤엎는다.
Hopeless. Oh my god. Neutral is fine. That's fine. Neutral and neutral. That's fine.
엎드리도록. 꿰뚫리고. 엎드리도록. 엎드리도록.
You are okay. You son of a. Good.
합격장.
Good.
점 찍었네.
꿰뚫려라.
All right. Use those there. And there we go. Oh my god, why?
비뚤어졌구려.
Good. Good, Segard.
꿰뚫려라. 쏟아내라. 무기를 만드는 것만큼은 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
점 찍었네. 합격장. 이제야
Good.
완성되었나?
There we go.
고랜 목마름도
Yeah.
어버이를
Got the
향한
extra
기적.
objective too. It was in
피를
10
마시는
turns.
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
All this I'll be keeping. All this lunacy. What the hell? That puts a wrench in things.
그러든가.
A little bit. Anyway.
소재가 준비된.
마침내
원하신다.
나를 불렀나?
의뢰
아,
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
의뢰로.
청소 시간이네요.
아, 이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐? 아,
열쇠가
의뢰로군.
There we go.
진리를 열기 위해
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yusong, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after he ran our final tests, so please vacate the room, people. Clean up coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Roshanat have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like seven different knots on your shoes. Yet 'twere quite the hideous accessory to be forced upon Roshanat. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a bow. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Roshanat to their present state. Whatever art thou suggesting, Roshanat is none other than mine eternal seed, bound to be by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? You, Rodion, shut up! Good thing we're in a lab too, where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But was but an independent decision called by Roshanat itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had not to do with mine will. Well, you know. Potato, potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee, thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we sift her shoes off and on again, really quickly? The standards here at the LCB department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. Hollow shell. We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Ponheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received a full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. Oh, are we going to fight Sancho again? In a little bit. I mean, you concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal, due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes. I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified. Terrified? And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome, not applicable. Reason, subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Roshanat deserves a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote, and of course still without Roshanat's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Oh no, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. You're highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yusong will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at the moment's notice. Okay? And I shall be on the ready. be, yeah, soon. And behold me not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layered knot poses quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. Ah, there we go. Rest thee well, Urshanant. Right. Great time for an ad break. I'll be waiting here. I mean, I doubt there's anyone actually watching me on Twitch, but I don't know. Still gonna take that break, cause why not? There we go. Alright. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Roshanat doesn't necessarily mean she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Macholat? Or was it because we assumed that Roshanat was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second Kindred is like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us, fill our hunger. We pray unto you, fill us with the blood of humans, with the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly began to echo in my head. They were the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct-given voice, imprinted upon them the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and to propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past. kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. Oh, Nani, the fuck? All the blood that the family deserves to drink. I must. Dante? Dante. Wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at that building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I have to. Gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay now. Did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're gonna need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples, if you need them. Now, have you been listening to what the executive manager has been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. You're going to sit here and do nothing? Isn't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, you shoes! Get those shoes back on her feet! And cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These ratings are incredible. So much power, even in a state like that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on, knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. They are quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? You got to do something. I haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price for curiosity. Yeah. Well. I thought so. Sancho time!
주고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Well. Yeah. We're back at it again. Against Sancho.
잘라낸다.
Ah, shit. Oh no.
저건 물병. 어린 친구, 물병은 어트랙션 내 반이 금지.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 기대해라.
I didn't think we'd be fighting Sancho again so soon, but hey, I was like, Don Quixote is not in the team. Might be fighting Sancho again. That's right. We'll be fighting Sancho again. Oh god.
야의 고통.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear.
고귀하게.
Holy shit. Am I supposed to lose, or I don't think I'm supposed to lose, but yeah, I'm losing anyway. Holy shit.
가면은 쉬운 채로 죽여. 당신은 이러한 안간에서 어떤 선택을
어두운
So
무지로
screwed.
열어졌지.
I'm so
이런
screwed.
걸 겪었던 분이 자, 아직 끝을 모르는 법이네.
완전해.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Jesus.
어버이시여, 당신은 이러한 안간에서 어떤 선택을 했을까요? 이런 걸 겪었던 분 아니시지? 자, 아직 끝을 모르는 법이네. 차! 자! 야!
롱배.
차!
이래서 작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니. 직접 이상. 자, 열어드리죠.
왜 그런 명령을? 아니, 됐어요. 마음대로 하세요.
Right. Uh-oh. Yeah.
원더풀 선택이었어, 나리! 적의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로구야! 현! 현!
다들 휘청휘청하네. 불성사납게
저 또한 즐기는 방법 중.
하나하나 설명할 필요 없어. 저렇게 뛰어다니는 게 뭐가 재밌다고.
당신의 판단을 따를게요. 끝까지 함께 싸울 거라 생각했어.
현! 현!
좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
죄인가? 이제 공주님에서
현!
한 점만 노린다. 이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
사격해지.
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 사건은 아니지만요.
요리에 대한 지식은
다들 지친 상태구나. 이따 오후 만찬 준비해야 하는 건 잊지 않았겠지?
Uh-oh.
기억해.
어,
체력을
어.
아껴놔야
Oh, shit.
한다는 걸.
먼저 빠진다.
Oh. Did it matter then? Because it was definitely I must. I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It's No, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here, you are a sinner. Nothing more. Virgilius! Yeah! Yeah! And I guess I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed, Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Mentor Esquire, my memories were fine, but I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. The voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Claire trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is, indeed, that is correct, but I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognize some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed. I'm also bound by that thirst. It's only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, no, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. A higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us. After spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes, the blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this surge. I've done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated. Is your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know. It seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity, called merely the auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first, for example. The combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The... what? The Manchagan and kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land. But you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more. It contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording. We received a reply that our on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and printed on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all that desire is now focused onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It's quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood tax. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Oceanot and walk bare feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with the effort from the subject herself, and efforts from various other environmental factors. This subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look, but sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My dearest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that my shoes are never to be removed again. You're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere. That's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Major Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? Well, what do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that, at this very moment, I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but... Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well, then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Well then.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를
Nice.
쓸 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
Oh, I lost within 10 turns. I lost within 10 turns. That's fine. Anyway. The last 3 stages. Oh, of course I also need to go back and do this one. Eventually. Anyway. Oh, now that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Oh, now I'm placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Aha, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all gotta know who's the big boss. Well, this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario. You must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of this scale, were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I. Don't. It's interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you are so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long, long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shredded in my fathoms, yet I yearn still to convey we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yusong. Yusong? I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day start wings as I have. Yusong, it's the other way around. Yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Understandable. Very understandable. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right? Song? Oh, no. Sinclair, please don't. Please shut up. Oh, well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. I agree. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis often the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. I'm very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, because I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I'd guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that clearly lost all interest in this discussion. You're the sinner with that bizarre insectoid arm. I had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Huh? What? Ugh. They really hate that, huh? I agree. In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I say you carry a certain potential. Eh? That potential, is it? Does that mean that I could be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. It was funny getting consoled by the guy who plays last. Well then. Woohoo! New classification codes. Oh! We're finally getting them. After some time passed, next we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L-Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L-Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L-Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who go on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortions, risk levels, and classification codes. Now, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions right. We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We've gotta do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary, shine. Oh no, I've certainly got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased or replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So, a distortion like that Time Ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you are referring to the subject... What now? 8... Oh, he? Classified as, he? 7PI2001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course. Because that particular subject isn't contained here, I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. Correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. And I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that he's something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. So he is the damage scale and PI is pride and sin affinities. PI must refer to Prigridia Sloth. I was thinking it was a combination of two with that one. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Picatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process if we were being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as the Pacatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred 1 to 1. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the encouplin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. Was it tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power? Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. Hold on, what the I didn't... We decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus... okay. This time, Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies. The unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. Will the standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One with the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation management processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger, but wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses us risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the golden bow, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. I also learned that they have become rather high-priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to bring our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? How about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Canar to Star of the City. I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. I mean, we did take care of a fucking Urban Nightmare just last canto. We literally took care of an Urban Nightmare last time. Not a SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a start level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the matter's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners will follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given just the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried, or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. As enough Hohenheim. Any further divulsions and possible will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well, whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please don't forget that that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. Oh. A dungeon! What the hell? A fucking dungeon. A final checkup. Fight! We ball!
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far, and for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry. My hypotheses have never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling you're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but don't you worry. Our researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Not on you. Relax. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort, saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Now, hang on. I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. I figured. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a pecaculum? You could end up becoming a pecaculum, just another one of the fodder we soldered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of pecaculum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet, I on Invidier, and her on Pegritier. But how could you think about it like this? If I were to become a pecaculum, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning into a pecaculum relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit. I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I'm well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at the first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this, young Sinclair here, may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a pecaculum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be, so I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the pecaculum, a mere byproduct. But if something unexpected happens, we're talking about your life here. Do you have any manuals with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip, heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can, and to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it fails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. My, for the first time, I am feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh. You've been paying attention to my lectures. Perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the Fathoms. And you will progress through the mirror dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexasexual. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious. Or, if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-headed Kim. He's recovered? He's safely contained within our facilities. It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. I'm confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? We're not a picathlon. Indeed, and I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, that is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. Measure says that we will bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this measure of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Probably some kind of a code. I don't think you'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersalt? It will be done as you commanded. Mersalt nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Mersalt uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, so they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking. We could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. A past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It's something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I needn't expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Isn't it? Well. 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 Well then. At the starting point of the Dungeon of the Fathoms, we found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. You have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test. Take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here. What we find there are ego gifts. What? These ain't ego gears. These are them gifts or something, right? It appears that ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon of the Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable its rules are followed. What should we do? You. Illusory hunt. Good. That's a good one. Okay. Ah, shit. I should have changed you. Oh well. So put you in, and put you in. Then, of course, you, and you. Yeah.
배우던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Alright. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us, what is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library, able to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly, and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Well.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고.
Shit.
저거 다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
점 찍었네.
Well then.
꿰뚫려라. 슛!
합격장.
승부처다.
틈이 벌어졌네. 지금 쏘면
한 발이면 충분해.
우리 의뢰가 아니잖아.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 좋은 결과 이 또한 용서할 테니.
그래, 결국 마지막까지 서 있는 놈이 이기는 거라니까. 잘 들어. 아픈 거 생각하지 말고 저 새끼 죽은 다음만 생각해.
죄인인가?
내보여주거든.
너무 장대.
혼자서 뭘 어떻게 한 거야? 야, 좀 그런 건 배우자. 나도.
Alright. Okay. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much. So why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. I must have noticed us listening in to their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to this experiment? If so, try this on. In the researcher's hands was what looked like an ignition plug, or a testing machine of sorts. Plug it. We ball. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw. After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researcher let Rodion go. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you.
이런 건 이 발성을
어.
신부에게 시켜.
Nice.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Alright. So, how do we know this guy is actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But Honheim, if you're in a dungeon with fathoms, we will see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. Make a fair assessment. How about this then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish washing my tail. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Hold on. I need water. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? I'm Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Whichever is the case. I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? What now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. Or it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. The wing does not hire from the backstreets for something so insignificant. This information has never been publicly available. Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask, Mr. Hohenheim, why do y'all always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm very adept at spending my time all on my own. It's one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. You believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living it large in the nest, changing my world little by little. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. And I shall be waiting a little bit. Alright. be soon. Should be soon. Very soon. Right? Yeah. Well, I'll be right back then. Well, this ad break, I assume. Yep. Alright. I'll be gone in a little bit longer, but hey. Put food in the microwave, so. So, I'm thinking here. I want to stick around in your circle. Bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I'm sorry to... well, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Because of odds. I have no faith in... I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Wanna know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you got me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was it that thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped to here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You let us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. Interesting.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세나. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
고귀하게.
꿰뚫려라. 꿰뚫리고.
실밥이 터졌나?
기회를 잡았네! 휘청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지! 돌격하세!
고귀하게.
승부처다. 좋은 결과.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리 털어냈네. 그러니까 이건 광일력을 차례겠지.
오! 적합한 판단이었어.
덮어놓고 공격하는 것보다
저자의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군! 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 이번 모험은 꽤 멋있는 마무리가 될 것 같네요. 아무것도 아닙니다.
It's finally here, the Department of the Year Award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. You notice that a lot of more employees are saying hello, good morning, and have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know? It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of the Lobotomy Corporation, for one. So, I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. Left us. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. Yeah, the fall of the Formella Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down, 95, 94. Escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. But in more barbaric groups, a survivor who would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence. So I make this argument as suggestion before you. Compare yourselves whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age. Whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth? Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The old corp branch within Hohenheim's Dungeon of the Fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Oh, now that's over with. I invite you to come face me, the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Well then. I'll go this way. We see the Fey Lantern within the containment unit. A cyan-hued fairy flutters toward the wiry, ancient branches of the tree and softly lands on one of them. The branch seating the fairy sways, as though to entice us to get closer to them. Bright, cautious yellow eyes glimmer from the shadows beneath its roots. What gift can you get from the Fey Lantern? Oh, I don't fucking remember. I was thinking the first one, yeah. This one sounded right. Based on what I remember. Right on the money. You know your Fey Lantern. That's not all. Somebody's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. Just got to have run into it. A kind soul. Twigs. Nice. And then on to the next fight. The next battle.
해결사가 혈귀를 때려잡는 어트랙션이 있어도 되는 거야?
어버이의 자비와 포용력을 상징하는 것 아니겠습니까?
어버이의 해결사
저런 사람을 영입해야 하는 건데. 사무실 직원을 더 늘릴 재정 여유는
이번에 네 피분수
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 또 두드려 패. 끝나지 않아. 그래, 결국 마지막까지 서 있는 놈이 이기는 거라니까.
고귀하게
잘 들어. 아픈 거 하지 말고 저 저 새끼 죽은 다음만 생각해. 공격이 너무 무서워지거든.
완성되었네.
안 되겠네. 피를 머금을 시간이네.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는
These
저
fuckers
시련을
again.
해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
점 찍었네.
엎드리도록.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
기대해라.
총알값만 낭비하겠네.
어차피 뚫지도 못하는데 몇 발이나 쏟아부으려는 거야.
가족을 위해. 엎드리도록.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
고귀하게.
감내해야 할 고통.
Oi. What the fuck?
뭐야 파이팅이다.
가족을 위해.
합격장.
무기를 만지 않겠습니다. 내가 어버이보다 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
All right.
점 찍었네.
Ah, good.
깨달음을 얻으셨군요.
모자를 쓰고 있는 혈기에게
Alright.
방망이 대신 풍선 칼이 정답이에요.
Sure, why not? Oof. Ah!
이런 건 이발사나
Good.
신부에게 시켜.
Limbus company identities, huh? No, this is the last one.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
You arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or failed suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard it from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working toward. Well,
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
점 찍었네.
alright. Shouldn't be too hard to do.
합격장. 내 팔은 변해 있었어.
Oh,
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하. 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요. 떨거지는 잘라낸다. 엎드리도록.
자자, 대열 정비하고 식기들은 윤이 날 정도로 잘 갈렸는지 다시 확인하고 목장은 구김 없는지 체크하고 이제 대청소를 시작해볼까?
I was muted, eh? I out DPS's shield, look just like I did with Don Quixote's shield.
파이팅이다.
Hold on, what the fuck is that attack? What the fuck is that attack? User took HP damage last turn. Does not crit. Instead, deal 8% less damage. And of course, Clash lose. Means, of course.
그쪽도
means that he gets fucked.
승부처다.
Oof. I mean, that's quite a bit of damage, but hey. I'm doing a lot of damage to him, so it doesn't matter at all. Out DPS the shield and all that. Place your mind manager. Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as you have seen, Manager, save for a few parts that were censored. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Ah, of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, Manager? Especially when you are well aware that, in this city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. You can feel his gaze on me. Like you said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. It shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? What if you do feel like what he did was wrong? I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion, but you are incorrect. I have already done much contemplation regarding that matter, and have definitively concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance, that I am a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make irrational suggestions, such as drawing lots to see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to partake in barbaric contests of strength to survive either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the urge to survive. Arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of us all. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame their base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So, no. I have no reason to believe that what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't a sin. Even as Hohenheim defended himself, it seemed as though some sense of responsibility was pulling him down. Especially those last words. I could very sense his usual air of confidence.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
Oh dear. Oh god. Oh no.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없어.
Might have been a bad choice of... That was not a bad choice, actually. Asshole! Oh well. Out DPS the shield again. Anyway.
승부처다.
Go. Out DPS the shield again. I love out DPSing the shield. I've been doing that since Kanto. maybe even before then. I have no clue. That's good damage right there, though. Oh yeah. Staggered him. Put in the hurt. Put in the hurt. God dang, Gregor. Stop it, Gregor. Stop getting tails. Stop it. Stop getting tails. Sheesh. Time to out DPS the shield again. That is if I can do enough damage with all these ego. With the ego spam. Oh, I'm definitely out DPSing some of the shield then. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, I don't need to worry about out DPSing the shield. I'm definitely out DPSing the shield. As usual.
나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
Only 42 damage, huh? Nice. Next attack, then, huh? Ah, wait. Oh. Didn't get nearly as much, but hey. That's fine. This turn will probably be... I think this turn will probably be the turn that he goes down then. There we go. I figured I could do it to this stream, defeating this Intervallo. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. A hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. Oof. That is why I did nothing at the entrance to that branch. Only remembering. Nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. Ah, I've returned, safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Fair. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games and numbers, but in those limitless potentialities of the world, and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self, and nothing else. my hypothesis has been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was E5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Oh, Nimes, the researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Yeah. No, thank you. Everything has an end, so consider this to be our final meeting. Now the last exchange this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their classes in our general direction. Though I had only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, letting us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. I learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre. They each have held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Car and Virgilius were waiting for us. Huh. Well. Well.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
That's the end of that. Except for, yeah, me having to do this fucking thing, this stage, at some other time. But that's fine. And of course, Ari did all that. Well, anyway, yeah. That's it. That's the stream. I did all of that. Oh, well, also, actually, hold a phone. I could easily get that right now. There we go.
잠시 쉬고 가지 않겠나. 그리고 온 김에
There we go. One ID down. One more to go. And one more ID too. Okay. Get all that. And then I'll be grinding for the rest of my own time, basically. And then, well, how long? 2 weeks? I think 2 weeks until the next update, next event or whatever. So next Limbus stream will be in 2 weeks, about. So anyway, I shall see y'all next time, whether I'll be playing Kingdom Hearts 1 or Ender Lilies, I have no clue. But for this stream, it's ending. So I shall see y'all next time then. Goodbye.